Hi. Um, yeah, let me just, there we go. So, I just like stuffed down a peanut butter and jelly, which was quite lovely. Have you ever had like, what is that called? Coconut peanut butter? It's pretty damn nummy. It has less of the, trans fat and whatnot, and the oil based from it is not a vegetable oil. It's more of a fruit oil, if that makes sense. Um, Coconut is a fruit, not a nut at all. So it is one of the least damaging oils of the oils, which is interesting enough. I just think it tastes good, but you know. Oh, and seedless blackberry jam. Flippin' amazing. My vitamins. I'm so used to muscle memory, it being right there. Last night after I got off, I watched maybe 10 to 20 minutes of YouTube feed as I was trying to find something to watch, and I'm like, no, flip this, I'm going to bed. I dreamt of that sky flipping, I don't remember what it's called. It's Sky something child, so, Lost or Light Child. And Minecraft. So I was putting blocks up as a flying thing, and every time I do the little doots thing to make the light expand, it would sit there and break or put down blocks. And I was like, this, I'm gonna keep waking up. I did. So, NP is not NP. I'm sure that it's supposed to be comical or whimsical or something, but I'm just not getting it. I don't understand. Alright, so. Next hat. Okay, well, we're still able to see it. Okay, so the 8th day was New Year's celebration. Blah blah blah. Okay, Trident City. And diving tank. I don't know how to say that first thing. Our check. I don't know. Then there's a diving helmet, and then a drowned captain coat, and then drowned captain hat. It's still not time for the next one. See how it is? We'll have to look afterwards. Mm. Okay. It's my water because green tea is too hot right now to drink. Sorry, I'm trying to, I don't think it's called body modify, but I am trying to modify things so that my body is more comfortable. Less dry lips. Alright, so that's 10, 20, 30, just about 40. 10, 20, 30. Oh, it is 40. 44? 43? Oh, is that the same guy? That is definitely the same guy. Okay. Well, this area is going to have some dirt. In the middle. Did he just despawn? No, okay. It's like that was awfully close for him to sit there and despawn like that. Like, whoa. I think right there. Damn it. Wow. Those are natural ones. Look, there's no coat. Maybe right here. Damn it. Let's just extend that out just a little bit then. This is going to be kind of like the center of everyone's food. I'm gonna put two, possibly just one barrel. I'm for sure gonna need more dirt. Oh, and sand. No! I couldn't get there in time. Oh, flip. Stay away from the edges. Do you think he'd be happier on the other side? Alright, come on, piggy. Dry land. Sorry for your loss. Alright, so I need to throw down this. Wait, no, I was going to use this. I was like, you have enough room. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where'd the other one go? Oh, 9. Oh, well, that one's just late bloomer. I do need to go find somewhere sandy. That direction. Okay. I'm keeping this because I need more of this. Thank you. Oh, look at the piggy. It's doing well. Sorry. Sitting here crunching over. I'm like, I'm hunting for sand. I will get that sand. That dastardly sand. But no, anyways, I'm good. So, I'm not gonna sit here and maniacally laugh about the sand. Or will I? No, I'm gonna pass this time. Maybe next time. I see the sand here, but I'm looking for more sandy sand. The sandiest sand that has ever been sand of the Sand Kingdom. Yes, I'm looking for royal sand. I'm sorry. It's a voyage. It's an adventure. It's an exploration. Looking for Some sand for a desert location. No? Okay, whatever. I'll stop. I mean, nobody's gonna miss that sand right there. It's already underwater. This could be considered roiled sand. Oops. Alright. Yeah, you're right. I might as well grab some clay while I'm here, huh? Why does it not float? It sits there in the corner. It's like, you didn't do nothing wrong. You know, come here. Oops. Uh, I gotta remember not to crane my neck while I'm playing these games. Ooh. That is not what I thought it was. Here, I thought it was some clay. That's because it's dark and I didn't actually look at the texture. That's clay. Alright, so that's not clay, this is clay. I'm trying to train myself in the dark. I think they call it autodidactyl. Self-learning. Sucks. It's like when you get into a problem, there's nobody to sit there and go, okay, well this is how it's supposed to be. It's like, okay, maybe that's right. And then you find out that, no. Come to the shallows. We will fight at dawn. Or midnight, maybe? Is my helmet gone? No. A little weirded out there. It wasn't under that long. Oh. I was like, enemy! Ah! I was like, oh no, it's just a squid. We're good. Squid that doesn't want to eat me, so we're good. Not gonna lie, I've eaten a lot of weird things. Squid, octopus, several different fish species that I didn't even know were edible. But then it's like, okay, cool. I've eaten raccoon, possum, what is that called? Squirrel? Sorry, I was like, it's a little furry creature with a bushy tail. What is it called? I know it has a name. Everything has a name. What the flip is it called? Yeah, see, these types of foods were kind of introduced in other types of foods that were called something else. Like, oh, it's just tuna fish casserole, you know? Oh, just eat your tuna fish casserole. And it's like, alright, and eat it. Oh, that was raccoon. I was like, oh, okay. I was wondering why it didn't taste like normal, you know? Oh, that was also, you know, squirrel. Okay. It's like maybe people don't want to eat certain things, you know? I mean, Now squirrels are like terrified of me. They smell that itty bitty little molecules of when I once ate a squirrel. They're like, oh no, that's a mass predator right there. I could just see people like imagining like me like taking a squirrel, biting its head off or something. It's like, no, I didn't do that. Uh, George had a friend who was a squirrel hunter and taxidermist. So he would give us meat, and we didn't always know where that meat came from because our family was poor. Okay, any meat was good meat, you know. So he gave us raccoon meat. We didn't get it off the side of the road. He had hunted these things and killed them, and he made a flippin' hat out of raccoon. He put it on my head, which I wasn't fond of, and I learned the grander scheme of life on how most of the things that we're wearing once were living. So we play with a lot of dead things and don't actually really know it. Like, some things were dead dinosaurs. Um, some dead mammals, dead lizards, dead flippin' plant life. We play with a lot of dead things. If I've ruined your perspective of things, I apologize, but sometimes the truth hurts. A lot of people put a lot of dead things on their face. I'm just like, eh. It's like, no, I'll kind of pass with that. Well, you know, sunblock, that's a lot of dead things too. It's about the only thing I will put on my face other than, you know, coconut oil. It's kind of good for the skin. And there's, what is that called? Oatmeal's good for the skin. Aloe's good for the skin. Things with good sources of vitamin E and vitamin A. Oh, I'm out of room. How is this possible? Oh. You were such a cute little crazy squid. Or is that a jelly? What are they? They're squid because they have the like the ink pouch, right? Because it says squid ink whenever it pops. I don't normally pop them. Everything in this game goes piñata. They pop. Could you imagine if, like, things were like that? All of your your stuff just popped, Everything you were wearing, everything that you just like disappeared, and all of your stuff was left behind. Anybody could take it. That would be horrible. You know, there'd be people waiting by sidewalks just to push you off into the road. It's like, oh no, no. It's like, I see a group of people there, flip that. It's like, oh, that old granny? No, no, no. They're looking for experience points, you know? That'd be quite the craze fest. I'm watching my health. Well, my bubble meter. How many more can I fit? Alright, a few more. Sometimes blocks will not spread out and there'll be two in one, so double checking. Alright, so flip. Now I feel like I have to leave some behind. Up 3. I have a little bit, teeny tiny little bit room for... Alright, so it said 54? 56, sorry. Okay, so I can... A few more. These ones are tricky because sometimes they pop 3 and sometimes they pop 4, and I'm completely done. Ooh. I've never had one just pop 1. Because I thought they all just popped, like, flipping 4. Like, boom, 4, boom, 4. But one time it popped 3, and I wasn't just missing out. Like, missing it. That's interesting. The placement of the map, I just noticed that it's registering some of the thing, but it's only like a little square, and it's all the way to the right. I think yeah. Sorry, I know my nautical is better than my my left or right. It was all because of a field trip. We went to the it was the Carnegie Science Center in Ohio, because at the time I grew up in Pennsylvania, and I was just told yesterday that Pennsylvania is the South, and I was like, what? And I was like, okay, well then this state is even southern, like this is even more south than Pennsylvania, so you know you're south too. Cause like so I lived up teen years in the South because family moved there and dragged me along with them. The climate was way too out of my my comfort zone in the extremes, and it was very moist though. It's like you could breathe the humidity. When he went down to see me, he was sweating so flippin' profusely because he was not acclimated to the weather. And I understand that. Everybody's going to need a few days to acclimate. But anyways, so whenever there is some sort of dysfunction, there's always, oh, yes, south and this and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, I was born in the north. I still have the mentality of a northerner. I was like, why does this even matter? But whatever. You just can't please everyone, I guess. So, okay, so if you don't know this little feud between northerners and southerners, people think that people in the south are stupid. And people in the south think people in the north are stupid. And it's like, okay, everybody has their own gradient of intelligence, okay? Just because I've eaten small little woodland creatures doesn't mean that I am inferior to anything. I mean, do you think a wolf or a coyote is inferior to you? Shame on you. But anyways, they've eaten small little woodland creatures too. I'm not comparing myself to it, I'm just making it as merely an example. So, I'm trying to throw that down. I'm pretty sure I can actually build... No, I want to keep this sand. I will harvest some flippin' dirt around. I have that one hill that I need to take down, honestly. So, let me just throw some more stuff in here. Need to take that with me. Ah, it's dark. Just like when people sit there and complain about race and everything, I'm like, dude, you're not your flippin' skin color. You are the being inside of your body. Do you think your soul has a skin color? I mean, dude, like in the grander scheme of things, do you think that your soul has a skin color? Has a race? You might have been these things, but do you think anybody's going to honestly care? I don't understand. It's good to take pride in things. I'm 100% sure you like your skin color. That's grand, okay? You like who you are. That is fantastic. But that does not make you any better than anyone else. That just makes you you. Just like I am not a maniacal, horrible person just because of my skin color, even though people are continuously saying this, and it's really, really annoying. I'm like, dude, you don't even know me. Yeah, I can be violent on video games because the world is violent. I'm reacting to the violence that is in the video game. I could sit down and not play the video game, but then I'd be bored as flip. I'm not going to enact the violence that I show on a video game unless somebody enacts that violence towards me. It's not that hard to grasp. I think this guy actually does this as well. I'm like, okay, so since it's daytime, I can flippin' flip, flip. Oh no. Oh, that was quick. What, you want to still talk about that? Holy fuck. Alright, so when it comes down to the larger, grander scheme of things, you are who you are. Your personality, your psyche, whatever you want to call it, is a part of you. It is all of what you've learned, nature and nurture together, okay? This is how you treat people. This is how other people had treated you, so that this is the end all of what you once were, okay? And it is up to you to decide who you honestly want to learn from, because you can sit there and listen to people on the internet all flippin' day if you so chose to. But are they going to teach you anything? Are they going to sit there and inspire you to be someone fantastic? Or are you just trying to, what is that word called? Trying to stave off the boredom that is what is going on right now. It's something, trying to deflect or abstain from certain things. Alright, so I try to at least learn something every day. If I haven't learned anything, then it's just like, ugh, this was a horrible day. But, to each their own and whatnot. I am a homebody, but I like adventures. Okay. You got the purple blocks. I'm not really into the purple blocks. Yeah, you saw what's going down? Let's see if I got anything for you. I don't have anything for you, I'm sorry. You upgraded it to 2 leather? What the flip, dude? I thought we were friends. Wow. What do you got? Oh. I'm gonna take that brick over. Oh, flip. No. I tried to get in there. Accidents happen. I don't have any extra brick, do I? Thank you. Hi. I'm sorry, I don't have anything for you. Okay, so... I don't know what else to talk about. cutting me off, sir? I've given you the materials. What? Alright, so I gave him clay. He has a stone. I've sold him that. I've sold him. Well, I've bought all of this, and I've bought all of that. I'm not. What the fuck is that? Okay. Whoa, hey. Oh no, you're cutting me off too. What else do I need? Oh, that can turn into that. I'm just gonna bring this back over this way. I'm just making completely sure that I have what I need and Alright, so. That's a nifty fishing pole you have there. Where am I headed? Okay. Now to get that royal sand. Oh. Oh, flip, that could have been bad. Alright, so it's dangerous to go through here. This is which territory? Dun 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 dun. Not being very sneaky, getting hit a lot. Well, it was fast. Do 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 do. Alright, so. I wonder if they made any more witch's brew in there. Okay. Oh, that scared me. No. I mean, it's pretty nifty, yeah. go down this coastline, I will find some royal sand. So, I want to kind of get away from the area which could spawn some angry witches. Okay, this looks like a good enough area. It's like kind of loud. Let me just turn that down. You're right, you're right. Forgetting my boat. Making these beaches safe and appropriate for the turtles. I've never eaten turtle. I was watching this thing on someone who survived 436 days or 463 days out on the sea and wound up on an uninhabited island. They ate turtle, seagulls. I was like, oh wow, I didn't know seagulls were edible. You know, some things that people say that you just can't eat. But one of them ended up getting sick because the seagull had ingested some sort of venomous snake. And they had eaten that one with the partially eaten contents of it. And I was like, oh no. I was like, I didn't know that it could like transfer like that. I mean, they do cut off the heads for like most snakes that you consume, so like the glands for the poison are kind of in that area on the head. But with it being partially digested. I don't know how that would work, honestly. But said that he got KO'd in the first 4 months or whatnot that they had been stranded. It's just he got sick and then he didn't want to eat, and then I was like, aw. I was like, he lost his only form of communication. I was like, I'm surprised he didn't psychologically break. Well, see, most bipedal creatures have one... I'm not gonna say it's a flaw. They tend to be social. Most quadrupeds are social too. If you're a social creature and then you are completely isolated, it ends up doing a toll to your mental capacity, like turmoil. You know, go through depression, mood swings, and all that other good stuff. It's psychologically damaging not to be able to, you know, converse with normal people, you know, people that you like conversing with. So for them to be like, well, him to be stranded out there 436 days, I'm like, wow. And his rescuers didn't even know the language of, like, you know, what he was. You know, I think he was speaking Spanish. He was from Cuba, and he rented, okay, so over in there, they have fishermen who have to rent boats in order to, you know, fish, because they can't afford their own boat. So they were doing some, you know, fishing, and they got a grand haul, and then then there was this like huge storm, and I was like, oh no, that's crazy. And then like the survivor had seen that there were tons of like sharks in the area, and tiger sharks are known for attacking people because, you know, meat is meat, and they're like, I don't care what you are, you're going in my mouth, you know? Some sharks are more selective because they don't like wasting the energy on things that don't have a high enough fat content. So, you know, hey, it's like, oh, that's a little human thing. No, not enough fat. In some cases. I mean, I know you're thinking of someone who's, you know, but anyways, we're gonna move on from that. So, tiger sharks in the area. Their boat was, you know, kind of with a lot of chum in it, so to speak. So there were sharks jumping out of the water, almost knocking over their boat, trying to get to the catch that was in their little itty bitty rowboat kind of thing with a motor on it. Oh, look at that. That turtle's gonna be so happy. Some flat ground to dig in and lay its eggs. Sorry. And then with the they had a nice haul too. They had to throw most of it over just to keep the sharks from trying to get into their boat while the waves were turning and the storm was raging, and their boat was kind of almost sinking because of all the turmoil. I need to throw this down. I mean, it wasn't like a yacht or anything. It was like wave, splash, go through the fish, uh, all that bloodiness going into the ocean, frenzying the sharks around it because, you know, they're like, oh, flip, that tastes good. Everybody within miles is headed towards that little rowboat because it has nummy tasting fish that could possibly be a meal. Free, easy meal. I was just like, wow, they were kind of doomed from the start, weren't they? It's like, dang. Oh, hey, look at that. There must be a wolf in the area. Look at your way, turtle. He's so cute. Mama made a baby turtle. Where'd it go? Okay, hold on, I got this. I can do this. You stay right there. We're too close to that thing. Come here. Alright, chew your food though. Thank you. Yes, I'm that pretty damn proud of myself. Alright, so. I don't think I need that. I have a lot of fertilizer on me already, so. Hmm. But anyways, he survived. His companion did not, which was sad. I'm possibly gonna regret that. Okay, so usually when I switch off my sword, there's like a whole calamity that happens, and then it's like, nah. And I'm fiddling with the menu just to get in to the... just get my sword out. Oh, fuck. the hell was that sound? Hmm. Okay, now I have the way up. Alright, I got a bunch of that, bunch of this. Turtle shell. Hi. Alright, so alright, so that looks fine now. Yeah, I'll just keep that like that. Hi ho. I was like, is he gonna, what is he, she, it going to spawn another one? Do I need to stand by? I was like, no, 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 let's just go. Let's just go. Hi ho, birch boat, away! That's my green tea with, vital protein collagen peptides. Yay. Apparently it's good to get your peptides in. I'm like, dude, I'll eat like cartilage. I don't mind eating cartilage. And the gristle. Most things that people don't really like. I'm just sitting there going, oh, this is flipping amazing. I don't like the white of eggs though. Only when it has sugar in it. Because like flipping icing is kind of really amazing. I don't like too much of it though. It's like, I possibly headed towards... No, 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 that was headed the right way. Such a huge... damn. It does look a whole hell of a lot bigger than the snowy side. I could extend it out just a smidge. Alright. Wait, whoa, they just split. Self-replicating. Joke's on you, I'm further away, now I can run. Mwahaha. Okay. Damn it. That's what I was not wanting to do. No. So why does it have air there then? Okay, so. Got that. Oh wow. My first villager, and it looks like one of the forest village. Yeah. Alright. Like the mountain forest villagers, you know? I hope it doesn't harass me. I don't have anything to cure it right now. Oh, well. I'm gonna dump the rest. I don't know where it went. So either it despawned or it's chilling in one of those igloos. Like legit chilling in the igloo. I made the igloo. I made a chill spot! Sorry. If you only understood, then you would understand why I'm so happy about making a chill spot. If you think really hard, it might come to you. But alright. So yeah, I could possibly extend it out further this way. Now that I'm thinking about it. Maybe a little further out. Just like clip it a little. It's a lot harder to get the snow blocks than it was the sand blocks. It's like all I have to do is run after the sand and then sit there and blah. I don't have to combine it. Alright, so. Let me just snip this a little bit. Alright, there were two there. Where? Maybe I should have went lower first and then... Okay, that makes more sense. So by me attacking the one on top, then I totally destroyed the one on bottom. By me attacking the one on bottom and then snipping up, I still have the appropriate amount. Weird, but the logic of this game. Alright, so. I could turn some of this into sandstone. Whoa, it's a family of cows. They're just like, flip that, I ain't going on that cold. Only 64, huh? Wait, so 4 stacks. Flip this. Flip this, no. That, no. No. I'm gonna go take down that little mountain that I said I was gonna take down before I went after the sand. Oh, let me throw down this fertilizer too. Oh. Well, hello. I don't have any wheat or anything. Do you want help getting over to the other shore? Okay. Follow me, I won't drown you. Where'd your brethren go? Oh, they're there. Okay, come on. on, bring your friends over. Come on. Lots and lots of grass over here. And an unaccompanied horse. I understand it. I'm coming to get you. Don't run. Alright. Here we go. We're not going to talk about this. Okay? We're not going to talk about this. So. What was I doing? We need more sand, but we're going... we need dirt more so that we can put it on the undergrowth. Because using sand block underneath is going to take way too much time. Alright, so... doing a little bit of seeding, that's it. Just a little bit. This will be the last one, okay? On this side. So. Okay. Alright, so, moving on. I need to expand that out to at least that mountainous area. What, that? Oh no, I'm probably gonna leave it. Okay, so I need to pull this all the way up this area. Yeah, should be fine. Doesn't interrupt any of the bamboo. What the fuck? Anyways. Can I make it? I think I can. Holy flip, I gotta take a sky. Okay, well. Oh, dude. Is that an extra crack, or are they still doing okay? Oh, you're still good? Alright. Really? Hmm. Hold up. What? How? No! I'm so close! Anyways. I think I had some bones in one of these. There we go. Good. Oh, that guy needed that. I want to take a few of these buckets. Just put them in the other area. I don't have any room right now. I'm harvesting. I need all the room I got to harvest. When did I pick the black dye up? Okay. So... Excuse me. Kinda throat burped. Weird. I know. I'm really gonna make it difficult. Really? Farewell. I am going to make another shovel. Or a few. Oh damn, I was supposed to put that hoe down. Flip. No repairs? Cool. Alright, so now that I have 2, I want to get another one. I'll get another shovel. That really hasn't bloomed. And then I mean, I thought he was following me, but whatever. Oh, a new approach, huh? I can just stay right here, you'll get yourself off. That sounded awful. I meant to say, you know, like they would off themselves. What the hell? Back off. Flip. Should keep me safe for a little bit. There we go. Okie dokie. Probably gonna be a fruitless effort, but I'm going to try to see if this one wants to trade with me. Alright. just need a minute. Anyways, so not only has it been days, stonemason, but you've cut me off of everything. You cut me off of the blue glazed terracotta that I really like and I only got 12 of. He cut me off the block quartz. I can't sell him any more diorite. I can't sell him any more stone. I can't sell him any more clay. And then he hovers. It's like, okay, well, you know, stop just pining and flipping make something so I can purchase. What the flip? You see how easy that is? He is now my favorite. Ooh. Make some blue terracotta. What is it? Blue glazed terracotta? Blue glazed terracotta. Oh, you're good? Alright. I've only ever bought 12 from him. Every time I try to come back, he doesn't want to sell it to me. I'm like, Flip, I told him I loved him once, and now he won't give me anything. It's like, what the flip? I told him he was my favorite, and he won't do anything for me. I'm like, what the flip is wrong with you? It's like, those were like weird words of endearment or whatever, and like, it's not like I said, like, I want to kill your family and everything, and then you just cut me off. What the flip? I mean, like, I've never actually told anyone that, but it's like, what the hell? I don't understand why I'm being cut off from selling things to him as well as trying to purchase things from him. It's like, dude, Mason, just flippin' give me the blue glazed terracotta. It's not hard. This is your job. You like making this because it wouldn't have popped up in your inventory if you didn't like making it. So why can't you make it? Holy flip. I don't want to sit there and just claim bugginess, but what the flip? I was like, do I need to like have some like documentation just to I mean, it's there. Maybe I can send support to my my page and then sit there and highlight the very minutes where I keep going back to him and he doesn't have it. And if they don't believe me, they can sit there and watch my whole feed. I'm flipping, cause like it has been days in game as well as out of game that he will not sell me any more blue glazed terracotta. I'm like, what is wrong with him? I can't even sell him like clay anymore or stone. I mean, is that how that normally works? People show signs of affection and then people just like, no, I hate you. And then like, cut them off. I mean, like, but yet sit there and pine after them? I don't understand that. I really don't. I was like, what kind of wonky tonk world do you live in? I might find a chicken. Who knows? Possibility is real. I mean, is it a crime to be my favorite? Is it against the law? I mean, what? Am I putting people in jeopardy by, like, sitting there going like, ooh, I like you, you're nice, you're my friend. You know, what is this, you know? Holy flip. It's like, oh no, she likes you. Run! Ah! Things that don't make sense. Speed run. Alright, so. I mean, all you gotta do is go to my YouTube channel and look up glitches. I mean, you'll find lots of things that don't make sense, of weird ace nooks that end up finding myself stuck in, which really sucks. Sometimes I can get out, but for a while I sit there and I'm just like, what? What the hell? I got stuck in that sky game twice. This weird visual glitch where you're like stuck on the outside of the actual map. It's like they make the sky world and then everything else around it is like placed in. And they don't seal off all the little ways to get in. So here I'm thinking that this one little dip in the thing was like a cave, so I fly to it and then I end up falling through the map and then getting stuck and not being able to get out because I don't have any way of getting any of the stuff. I don't know, the stuff that makes you fly. Energy, maybe? Who knows? I don't know what they call it. I have to expand that other village. I think it's too cramped now. Just put a nice little fence around it, you know? If the villagers wouldn't get stuck on everything, then it wouldn't be so problematic. Oh, flip. Damn it. Wasn't paying attention. Okie dokie. I grabbed this. I kind of like the fast shoot up. That's probably gonna stay. I like waterfalls. I'm a fan. Oh, damn. Okay, are we done? Alright, let's go. I think it's still morning. Well, it's morning here. Morning, Glitchmeister. Well, the glitches are starting again, so... I was like, holy F, is that a witch? I just saw the black. I was just like, no. Because they wear that little black hat. I was like, flip, there's a witch floating in the water. They just spawned in the water. No. Calamity is waiting to happen. Worst part about it is that whenever the lights come on, she's still there. No. Sorry. That could be taken in so many different ways. Anyways. Wow, look at them spawn. Oh, flip. Alright, let's... Oh, flip. Sorry, I was trying to do two things at once. Flip. Alright, so... I'm ruining my decorations. Alright. Dang it. I was like, I can't make it. I made it. Yeah, I knew it all along. Oh. This place looks familiar. I kind of want to close off that other end so that I'm just going like around a little bit. Yeah, smaller projects. You punk. It's a beautiful morning. I'm gonna eat that breakfast and watch the skies. Shouldn't have bit me, flip. Anyways. Oh, look, wildlife is coming over. Well, hello. Whoops. I forgot I made it a little smaller. They're like, yeah, lake house. Flip, yeah. Island peninsula. Well, no, that's kind of still. Island house, maybe? You can still have islands and lakes. I've seen some in New Jersey. Spent 9 months in New Jersey. Some beautiful fishing areas, I swear. Well, I only saw like 2, but spent time in spent time in campgrounds. I almost didn't survive. I was not serious. But had fish. It was say it was a learning experience. What people are willing to do to and suffer through, I guess. Because I hear 2 to 3 different stories. What really happened was that George was trying to chase Tail, and while he was chasing Tail, our our uncle, well, not my uncle, but a relative of his, through marriage, tried to double charge us rent because his daughter was going on a trip to Europe, and we were like, no, we paid rent. So the reason why he needed rent was because of that, as well as because he got found out being a cheating butthole to his wife of 7 children. They had that religion where, you know, you don't stand in the way of what could happen, I guess. Not saying what should, because, like, who knows if someone should be born? You don't know what's gonna happen until after they've learned. Because anyone could pop up. If it's their time, they're gonna pop up. They might have a better experience this time, and things might go smoother, but it's like kind of like a little random thing, honestly. It's interesting, though. So people have these weird kind of concepts of how things should work in the universe and in the world, and planets and stuff. I'm just, dude, most of the time I'm just going with the flow. I'm just like, I'm here, whatever. I'm a squishy. I'm a really big squishy. Not even, like, dude, I am squishy for even the breed I'm in. I'm like, what the flip? Yeah, I'm going to refer to people as different breeds because if I sit there and say races, people get all huffy and puffy about it. I was like, do you know how many breeds of dogs there are? There are more breeds of dogs than there are of, humans. You know, the human species. So, just like, okay, alright. And then there are mixes and whatnot. I'm like, hey, I'm not knocking any, like, couples that are this or that. You do you. As long as everything's consensual and nobody's being held hostage or whatever, I have no say-so in that relationship. See, when you start breaking the law, that's the problem. Things start coming to the surface and yeah, things could get bad. I don't want that. Why does it keep pulling that? Flip. I do want to shut that down though. Right. Ooh, I didn't see that. I'll be back for that. But they end up calling these things a lot of things. And then you have people who sit there and like, oh, these people will jump when I tell them to jump. They will do this if I tell them to do this. And then they sit there and say, wow, that was a sporadic explosion. It's a llama implosion. But they'll sit there and try to manipulate people just because they think they can, which is sad. Instead of the good manipulations where it leads them down a road where they're going to be safe, healthy, and happy for the rest of their days, they sit there and go, oh no, give us money. Give us all of your life savings. Oh, there's an Armageddon coming. Give us all of your money. Oh, well, maybe it wasn't this day, but it's coming, so we're gonna need to hold on to those funds. Like, what the flip? I was like, these people are crazy. Super crazy. Sitting here listening to snake charmers or whatever they call them nowadays. Oh, what is it? Oil? So, snake oil, salesmen. Anytime. Thank you. It's not a wall, it's not a wall, see? It's like, oh, if I'm gonna get strapped in. Alright, so. I got some ways. There's a lot of weird people out there. There's a lot of people that want to do you good, and there's a lot of people that want to do you horribly wrong, and then laugh about it. And then sit there and mock you. Repeatedly. For falling for it. What? My sand. But anyways, going back to the story of... Oh, hi. The story of how I ended up in New Jersey. George was chasing tail. You get out of my way. Please, thank you. So, while he was chasing tail, you mother flippin' cretin', holy moly, I hate it. possibly don't even have enough dirt to fill that. Definitely don't have enough dirt to fill that. That is an aggravation and a half. No spawn zones. Ah. Thought you won, didn't you? Alright, so... Anyways, he got catfished. We went to New Jersey to live with her and her son from another marriage. She looked nothing like the picture that she had on her dating profile, because yes, I saw her dating profile. She massively let herself go, to put it lightly. I think within like a 3-year period, because she said that she had been single for 2 years now. And I was like, and he, like, her husband left her for a younger woman, and I was like, oh, that sucks. That, like, really sucks, honestly. It's, like, really mean, but, I mean, people take it differently. Some people engorge themselves. Other people just move on. They go all dramatic mode, but then they move on. You know, like, oh, I'm never gonna find anyone, there's nobody out there, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, well, if they're leaving you for somebody who's younger than you, less experienced than you, who doesn't know anything about anything, what do you think's gonna happen? Either they're going to get extremely bored, damn it, and then move on to the next single thing, or they're going to continuously try to fulfill the need of this younger thing to the point where it's draining their bank accounts and whatnot, because that's probably what it ended up being to begin with. Someone just trying to get a hold of someone else's bank accounts. And I was just like, that's just trash, people. If you get in a relationship just for money, I believe you're trash. I'm not gonna lie, I believe you're trash. There's a difference between comfort and trying to incorporate yourself into someone's life just for greed. I know that people need comfort in their life and they want a suitable partner that's going to be able to provide for them and their children, and that's admirable, okay? But the whole, I don't want to have kids, I just want to steal somebody's money for the rest of my life. That's kind of trashy. It's kind of really trashy. I don't understand it. I'm like, dude, I don't even want to be in a relationship unless there's love. This is like flipping. I hate it. I hate it. No love, no cuddles, no snuggles, no, you know, any of that nice stuff and whatever. I'm sorry. I'm probably bumming people out. I'm sorry. But, it's just, ugh. But anyways, the lady that is now the ex of George. Well, I mean, anyways, but he kind of like sat there and was like, okay, well, you didn't have to lie about it, and then they still were dating, and we were living in a tent in her backyard because we were not family. I mean, like, they were dating and stuff, and she said that, like, oh, okay, well, you can keep your stuff in our garage, and then, like, she started dating someone else while dating George, and then we were already in a campground at the time by then because we were somehow imposing on her backyard. So it's like, okay. So we were living in a campground when it was snowing. So that was nice. She kept saying like, "Oh, I wish yous didn't have to, because of New Jersey now." But she was like, "I wish yous guys didn't have to just sit out there in the cold, and we were rarely allowed in the house." He built a pole for her. That was George's thing. He would build a pole for the ones he was dating with his money. He bought and built a pole for her. And then she kicked us out of her yard. And we were living in a campground. She gave us, okay, so she found a busted razor on a beach while having a date with another male, and gave it to me and my half-sister thinking that we could use it. And I was like, this is trash. And I picked it up, and Ivory's like, no, put that down. And I was like, no. And I was like, this is trash. And she's like, well, I just figured, you could use it. You might need it. And I was like, for what? And she's like, just shaving. And I was like, are you kidding me? I was like flipping 13, 14 at the time. I was like, what the flip is this? I was actually 13. I was about to be 14. Because I turned 15 in South Carolina. My 14th birthday was totally glossed over because we were in a campground. So, yeah, that was fun. Whoopsies. I remember my 16th birthday. It was. I'm not allowed to talk about that right now. There were some things that happened. I had to beat down somebody. If you're watching this, I hope you learned the lesson that you needed to learn. Because if you haven't, I can still whoop your butt. You don't do that to females. Ever. Anyways, so suffice to say, something could have happened that would have been quite horrible in my life, but I kind of snapped out of a state I was in, and then went full on rage mode and went after somebody, and then beat them down hard. Some males, I swear. I need to grab more dirt. I possibly need more sand. Definitely gonna need more sand. But, I don't understand why people think that if somebody is incoherent that means it's okay. It's never okay. Any form of alcohol in another person, it is normally not okay. Any type of drug altering, like mind altering perception drugs, it is not okay. If you're not very cognitive and aware of the situation, it is not okay. Ever. And for people to sit there and just dismiss it is just retarded. And it's going to come back and bite them in a lot of places they don't want to be bit. Whoops, let me just, damn it. Oh, well, hello. What do you mean, huh? Well, look at, there's nothing to buy except for your bricks and your flippin', the hell is that crap? Chiseled stone bricks. Polished andesite. Do I want any of this? No, I don't. How do you get polished andesite out of diorite? Are you trading with him? Must be trading with somebody else because I only give andesite to. What the how? Give me a minute. Did I take all the leads out? Okay. It's okay. I got this. Can you get in now? Are you free to move? Like that opening, don't you? I have to figure out how he got over there. Oh, can't get there. Oh. That wouldn't do what I need. Okay, hold on. It's probably not even the right type of fencing. Nope. What the flip? Flip it, fracking. I highly doubt that's gonna happen, but who knows? Oh, that prevents people from jumping. How the flip did he get over there? Just in case. Hmm. Oh, more sticks, okay. just in case. Alright, so. Do I need to throw anything down? Yep. Hmm. Hmm. Put that in the chest over there. What else? Okay. Alright, so let's get some dirt. Thank you for the help. Sorry, thank you for the help. Oh no. Where is it shooting me from? Oh. There you go. Oh, you punk. Really? How many? 2? Whoops. It's technically helping me, but yeah, there's less dirt in the process. That was weird. Hmm. Uh-oh. Well, I'm about to bust this. Excuse me, chickadee. Oh, you're coming for me, huh? I was like, wow, that's an oddity. Just sitting there, walking in the rain. I kind of had a feeling he was coming after me, but just like, nah, I'm not vain. Not conceited. I don't think the world revolves around me. Oh crap, he is coming after me. Ah! Alright, so... Whee! Oh, damn. Oh, wait, that's cooked. Did the lightning strike and hit a sheep? You saw... Oh, nice. Um, my friend on... What was that? Bit Heroes. He just, caught a mythic fish. I was congratulating him. It's like, oh wow, what was it called? I've never caught a mythic fish, so I've only caught the legendary at best. Unicorn fish? They did it. So, yes, it's appropriate to write LOL after you laugh. If you just sit there and smirk, maybe you should put, laughing internally, I guess. Laugh out loud and then laugh internally, literally, maybe a little. I don't know, it might catch on. A lot of weirder things have. But I see the other one. It was weird. I kinda need to get it. Two more seconds. Ah! Oxygen! That was risky. Let me just put a bed over here. Alright. That's gonna bother me. It's gonna bother me. I'm semi-safe right now. Ah, flip. I just wrecked it. Hold on. Hmm. Must have stopped raining. I was trying to catch to see if there was any, race in the sky. I hadn't seen one in a while, but I figured they could still be up there swirling. Yeah. Floating through the air, flying, swimming through the air. Isn't that weird? It's like when fish do it, it's swimming, and whenever... I mean, they are in a different type of format. But it still looks like they're flying through the water. Graceful flip, too. Another flip. Come on, come on, come on, come on, please. Haha. Wow, it's getting dark already? Oh yeah, it was just raining. Flip. I was like, it's only been like daylight for so long. In game, I get to see the most daylight. Punk. Alright, so. Okay. It's kind of weird glitching. You know what? Stay right there. Let me take a nap. Is that the cries of my enemies? Ah, oh, what a glorious day. I'm sorry, I'm being vile right now, but I really hate that mob. I really do. Anyways. We all have our dark sides and whatnot, so. Me, I trash talk video game characters. So. There's that. Okay. Ah, the dirt's gonna catch me. Ah. Well, it looks kind of like I'm running from it, right? It's like, ah. Isn't it great? It's gonna be so massive, but it's gonna look so grand afterwards, I'll tell you what. Now, it's not what everyone would do, and I understand that, because everybody has their own mentality and personalities, and... Ah, flip, I forgot to fill that in. So... But I am pretty pleased with my work so far. Like, wait a minute, shouldn't I be able to get up from here? Do I have two different levels? This is weird. But I can get up right here. But I can't get up right there. Why? Okay. Alright. It's better now. How many dirt blocks do I need if I can just take this off of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 3 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's 5. Yeah, 3 by 5, that would make that 15. And then 16. I need 16 of these to hold off on. Okie dokie. It's like I never farmed for it. Whoops. Wonder if it's gonna keep the villagers from actually getting into their houses. Might have to take that one right off the top of the thing. Alright, so throw that down. You know what, I'm walking past that area anyways. I can just throw these down myself. Alright, so I need dirt and sand. Guess it's adventure time. I should possibly like finish the dirt like base floor first and then go after the sand. I still got a little bit of sand in my my chest up there. It's not looking that bad, honestly. I guess I'm massively into terraforming on video games. Excuse me. Wait, I need to drop some stuff off. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's gonna be that time, huh? Right, throw that down, put this down. It's like, where the heck are you? Does not sound anything I need. Alright, so gonna need another one of these. Do I have any shovels that I want to take with me? I mean, this will significantly last longer than the other thing. 18. 16. Hold off on that. I need that anyways. Let's see, what else do I need? I'll take that. I'll take this. Burn through that and then use this other one. Done. You know what? Excuse me. Gotta love how you can't put anything down when somebody's in that space, you know? I'm like, oh, you wanna build here? No, this is now my home. Squish, squish, squish. Don't even try it. Oh, fine, you wanna fight? Do this. Who won? Who won? Sorry. Anyways. My nose is all of a sudden itchy. Oh yeah, Happy New Year's Eve, people. It's like Happy Birthday Eve to me, but Happy New Year's Eve to everyone else. You wanna fight? I think I want chili cheese fries for my birthday. Like, that's my birthday request. Chili cheese fries. It's like my extreme comfort food. People are like, fries, chili. I'm like, dude, you just don't even know. Oh, hey, I saw your spiral. Give me a second. Alright. Thank you. Dooba-dooba-doo. Why don't people listen when I say they don't want any? No matter how many times I tell these spiders they don't want none. They don't want any of this. They still keep trying to eat me. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, oh no, they'll never realize it was me because it's nighttime. It's like, what? Dude. I am all about the opportunists and whatnot, but I don't like being bit. If I catch you biting me at night, I might do something rash. in real life and in video game. Holy flip. Because when opportunity presents itself and you're not abusing somebody in the process of not exploiting the opportunity, but using it for the intended purpose of what it needs to be used for, you know, it gets kind of interesting. Maybe they won't notice that. Alright, let's see. Like, there's a vast difference between watching somebody drop something and then taking it, and then like nobody being present and finding a $5 bill somewhere. It's like that's an opportunity, not watching somebody sit there and accidentally drop $5. That's a flippin' test, and I hope you flippin' picked that damn $5 bill up and went, here you go, sir or madam. Because holy F, is that not a test? That is... Those types of things don't happen very often, I tell you what. People are really guarded with our money. I was getting yelled at once in a Goodwill store because $20 fell out of my pocket because I was holding someone and they were getting all squirmily, and somehow that squirmeliness knocked the $20 out of my pocket for clothes for them, as well as clothes for me. And when we got to the checkout, someone was right next to us too. And she watched that drop out of my pocket, but yet she pocketed it until she saw me getting yelled at about $20 by my ex. And then she's like, "Oh, I was looking for you," and she was the next customer after us. You know, there was a customer and then she was the next one, and she said that, you know, I saw you drop it and here you go. And I was like, holy F, was she not standing there the whole time? And she waited till he got super angry before she had said anything. And I was like, wow. Because she was, okay, she was standing next to us whenever he was like, the one I was holding was at its fidgetiest. And I swear I heard something drop, but her foot came down and she's like, "Oh, bugs," you know? And I'm like, okay. And I know she was particularly fast, you know, with pulling her foot back, and I had looked to see, you know, if there were any entrails and whatnot, because I get morbidly curious, okay? I'm sorry. I thought there was gonna be something there, and she's like, and she was just standing there, and I was like, okay, and like, I don't like people hovering around me, so I moved on. And I remember very clearly what she looked like, but she went about going to just steal my $20, seeing that there was a wee one there, and okay, I was given $20 to get stuff for the wee one and for myself at a Goodwill. That's all I was given. But yeah. But anyways, if you see somebody drop something, it might not be the person who dropped something giving you that test, but it sure as hell is somebody sitting there testing you. And I assure you that your body is watching. I kind of think my half-sister-in-law's husband tested me once with $20 in the back seat. They were giving me a ride to the football game, and I was down on my luck and everything. I just got fired. And there was like a $20 bill in the back seat, like among all the trash that was back there. And I was like, dude, you know you got a $20 back here. And he's like, what? And I was like, there's a $20 bill right here. I was like, you might want to put that in your pocket before someone walks off with it. And come to find out later on that that was a flippin' test. I was like, mother effer, I hate people testing me. I was like, why don't you just flippin', you know, give me the benefit of the doubt. I felt like trashy. I was like, mother flip. And he told me I could keep it, and I was like, no, you people need it more than I do. And he's like, well, then you just lose your job. I was like, yeah, but you have a ton of kids to like sit there and support. It's like, I'm not gonna take your money. I'm not a cruel, vengeful like person. I never take food out of a child's mouth. Holy flip. Anyone willing to sit there and take something away from a child. I don't know what to call you. I hate being tested. I really hate it. Ugh. Even if it's a good manipulation, I'm just like, what the flip, dude? I was like, couldn't you just, like, learn something about me in another format instead of sitting there trying to test me to see if I'm a greed monger? It's like, dude. As many times as I have actually reverse pickpocketed my sister with 20 bucks so that she could get cigarettes, I think I'm not the one that's greedy. Reverse pickpocket is when you put money in somebody's pocket without them knowing. I find it funny because then they're like, oh yeah, I found this much money out of my pocket, and, the other day. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. It wasn't because I loved her or anything. Holy yeah. Anyways, let me just fill some. Oh, hey. Thank you. Oh, nifty. I was trying to move the cursor so that I could see what I was actually doing with the land and the water. It's turning out pretty nifty. But, yeah. I don't wish her ill will or death, but I sure as flip don't want to ever talk to her again. Hi, Jason, though. You're still one of my favorite brothers. Alright, so I think I need to put that. Oh, flip. I need to bring that to the other location. It's a good thing because I need to run over to that location. I guess I could store that in there. It's like. Alright. I still love all my nieces and nephews too. There's a few of them I haven't actually met. My ex used to say that my half-sister was a flippin' an Amazon goddess. I was like, what? I was like, why would you even say that to me? I mean, what the flip? I don't even understand that. It's like, okay, well, why don't you be with her? And it was because she didn't like him. And I guess some weird type of thing of he wanted to, I guess wanted to be with me afterwards, which was, you know, kind of weird. It's kind of weird how that works out. Her first ex liked me, and I did not like him whatsoever. And then her, no, my first ex liked her, and, oh, damn, and she didn't like him whatsoever. Are you flipping kidding me? I am not putting things there. Alright, so, now that that's squared away, I believe it was the ones in the... Was it this one? Yeah, this one doesn't look like it has any leads. Okay. Let me just set that down. I'll take 2. I gotta go to the next village over. Drop this off. Set that down. It's like, technically I had no real attraction to my ex. I don't have attraction towards people like, oh yeah, I wanna, you know, go around his race course or whatever. I don't know what they're saying nowadays, but like I don't get that way. I'm just like, I fall in love with the person on the outside versus the inside because of that situation. I'm just like, yeah, I'm good. I don't need another one of that. Really don't, because he acted one way and then he was totally a different person. It just, I don't normally hate people, but yeah, I kind of hated even being around him. Hi, by the way, if you're watching. Yeah, I don't like you. Alright, but I'm still gonna be polite. He knows why I don't like him. A multitude of different reasons, but he knows. Most people know when I don't like them, because I'll sit there and I'll explain why I'm not gonna like you anymore, and I'm gonna explain why you failed me or I failed you, and why I can't stand to be around you. I'm not gonna yell it. I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna talk to you like a regular person. Be like, you know what? You know why I don't like you? This is why. And I'm gonna go through it real slow so you understand. And if that makes me a cruel person, I'm sorry for explaining it point blank. Right down to the point. I don't like games. Like, I don't like when people play games in relationships. That's stupid. It's really stupid. And a few of my exes were quite manipulators. I mean, I'm just like, are you serious? It's like, I see you're having a hard time. Do you want help with something? And then it was like, no, yeah, oh, you're to blame for all of this. And I'm like, wait, what did I do? The whole gaslighting crap. I hate it. I really hate it. So I learned about a lot of different argument ways. There's the straw man argument. Oh flip, oh flip. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Gonna die, gonna die, gonna die. No. You think they're gonna win? Oh, they won? They just tag teamed that skeleton. Well, I'm not safe right now, so. Wow, he came back. He's really smart. It's like, how can I get up? Spiders like climb. They're like, I can't. It's like, I'll show you. Working as a team, I see. Yeah. We all wonder how we got into these messes. But not many can get out. Others don't want to risk financial loss in order to get out. Jump. Just jump. Alright, so what's gonna have to happen is things are gonna get wet. Bye. Really? Trying to get him to get further down. I'm not prolonging his suffering, I swear. Just go down into the flippin' water area. Flip you. Little punk. Get far enough away that he's not running after me. He might still be there in a minute. Alright. So, where would I leave off? Yeah. I don't know why people have to sit there and manipulate each other in relationships. I'm like, dude, just be yourself. Someone is going to like you for exactly who you are. Somewhere. Maybe you're just not in the right place. Like, stop trying to be everyone else. Just try being yourself for a change, you know? You notice that people don't like yourself? Either find new friends who are going to like you for who you are, or reevaluate who you actually are. If you have to sit there and pretend to be somebody just to get people to hang out with you, it's not looking good. And possibly the reason why you can't hold on to a relationship is because you're trying to be somebody else, and whenever that falters, they wise up and go, "Mother effer, you lied to me." Any relationship built on a lie is not going to survive. It's kind of really sad. So it's best to be yourself right off the bat, so you can not waste everyone's time just because you're lonely. It's like, dude, I'm myself all the flippin' time. I have my anger modes. I have my rage modes, but those modes don't come out all the time. Mostly chillax. I have my work mode where I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll play around just a little bit, but it's mostly no nonsense. Okay, we gotta get stuff done. Alright, so we're ahead of schedule. Let's, chat while we're working. But, like, if you can't walk and talk, I'm kind of sad for you. If you can't unpackage material or package material and talk, I'm a little sad for you. I'm not saying it's a requirement for everyday use and whatnot, but if me sitting here asking you how your day is while we're working is so much of a hassle to you that you have to stop everything you're doing just to talk, I'm not gonna sit here and talk to you because I'm seeing that you're not working and we're talking. I'm just like, okay, it's a little too complicated for you. I got it. Because I have been blamed for somebody not working. Oh, well, they're talking to me. I'm like, what? I was like, yeah. I was like, and I've been working this whole time while we're talking. So it's like, what is your excuse now? It's like, oh, they're just being distracting. It's like, they're like, don't talk to them while they're working. I'm like, whoa. Wow. Okay. Okay. You want to play it like that, and then they come over next time and try to chat with you so they can kill some time. It's like, oh, no. I remember what happened last time. I'm a distraction. You can't talk to me because of the distraction that I am. Don't you just love that? They're more than willing to blame things on you, but then they sit there and then want to sit there and talk to you. But that was the problem to begin with. It's like, I'm sorry, did I miss something? Why is it that we're supposed to be friends after you tried to throw me under the bus? It's like, I'll talk to you in the break room, but I'm not gonna talk to you while we're working because it's a problem. I was told by management not to, It's like, wow. Not everybody likes small talk, I noticed that. But I don't mind it. It keeps morale up. I get bored easy. Like, real easy. I'm like, okay, well, do you want to talk about something? Do you want to go for a walk? Because I like walks. Like eye candy, you know? Ooh, what's that? Power 2? Nice. You're not stuck, are you? You were stuck. Might I offer you a haircut? It's the latest rage. Okay. Defying logic. Go now. Alright, so. Anyways. Yeah, we were just talking about my experiences at work. That was an interesting one. Suffice to say, they didn't last long. Because I guess they tried blaming it on somebody else. And then somebody else. And then somebody else. Oh, goodness. I had, at this one restaurant I worked at, this person sat there and told me that they had a family barbecue to go to on this one day. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And they're like, yeah, I'm looking for somebody to fill my spot for me. And I'm like, oh, well, you might want to talk to management about that, because they won't let anyone change schedules unless they go through management first. And she's like, oh, yeah, okay, I can do that. And I was like, okay. So management comes back, and hold on, let me just throw something down. Management comes back, and they're like, oh, so you're going to take her shift? And I was like, what? And she's standing there and going like this, and I was like, no, I never agreed to take her shift. And she's like, the manager's like, oh, well, she just came into the office and said that she found someone who's willing to take her shift and allow the pay. Allow her to get paid for that shift. And I was like, whoa. I was like, wait a minute. So not only are you trying to get me to work your shift, which would be a triple shift, because I had already agreed to work someone else's shift, and it was right after my shift because she had a funeral to go to. And I was like, oh, damn. I was like, wow. I was like, yeah, I can work, that shift, but I wasn't going to let her have my pay for working that shift. This was so that she wasn't going to get fired and the company wasn't going to go down the drain because of that. I'm like, yeah, dude, death in the family. She needs some time off. It's a funeral. You gotta say goodbye to your loved one, and then you only get one funeral to say goodbye to your loved one. I'm like, dude, yeah, I'll take that shift, but then there's a third shift that I'm now have to do on the same day. I'm like, what? I was like, you said you needed to go to a barbecue, and she's like, and the manager turns around and says, you told me you had to go to the same funeral as such and such. And I was like, and I was called a snitch after that. I was like, dude, not only are you going to get me to work a triple shift, but you're going to sit there and try to get me to give up the pay for that triple shift. What kind of cruel person are you? I was like, I'm working a double shift on that day, just so that somebody else can go to a funeral, and the manager didn't even know I was working a double shift. And I was like, dude, yeah. I was like, for this person. And she was like, she's like, you're working the double shift? And I was like, yeah. And she looks at the other person who's trying to get my pay. And she's like, no, 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 no. She's like, I can't believe you sat here and you told me that she was going to work your shift with the pay. And I was like, right? And she's like, I don't think that we should have you a part of this establishment anymore. And I was like, holy crap, she's getting fired right in front of me. And she's like, well, I have been late, every once in a while, but that's just because of the bus schedule. And I was like, do I say it? Do I say that they have multiple, schedules for the bus? I mean, I'm sure that the manager is aware of this, but do I say it? And then the manager's like, oh well, we have a bus schedule on the desk. I can tell you which schedules would be appropriate for you to take the bus leading here. And she's like, oh well, I have exchanges and blah blah blah, that I have to go. I live far away, and the manager's not buying it now. And she's like, okay, well, what crossovers do you have? And she's like, well, and then she's like, maybe we should take this conversation back into the office. And I was just like, yeah, it's not looking good for her. It's really not looking good for her. And then, like, people kept saying that I was a snitch. I was like, dude, do you even know what happened? Well, I was like, how am I a snitch for not taking a third shift so that somebody could like actually take the wages from that third shift? and I was like, holy flip. I was like, I can't even. I really can't even. I was like, not only do I not know most of the lingo here, but people will flip and try to walk over you. Not just like on top of you, but over you and stomp on you. Like hardcore. It's like, dude. And this person seemed all nice and everything, but she was mean. It was like little old lady like syndrome, but like she was the mean granny that you never hear about. I was just like, eesh. It's like manipulators that flip. I mean, I remember the conversation. She was talking about how she needed to flip and get somebody to do the schedule. There was nothing about, oh, and I want the pay for that work. And I was like, is that even legal? Honestly, is that legal? Thank you. But, people talking about Ohio and stuff. I was like, just flip and go to South Carolina, you'll find worse stuff. Oh, damn. Brought there at like flipping like 14, 15. Eesh. not only is the climate kind of wanky janky, but some of those people who sit there and rag on people, they think that just saying, bless their heart, is okay. To sit there and continue ragging on them, I was like, what the flip is this? What the flip? I was like, I've lived in like quite a few places, but that really took the cake. Took the cake and like sat on it, honestly. I was like, wait. And then they have these come to Jesus things, you know. That's when they're gonna sit there and teach you something. It's not gonna be a nice teaching. It's pretty much they're gonna wipe the floor with you verbally, tell you all your wrongs, and then learn you something. That's a popular one. I'm just like, wow. I didn't want to be a part of that, honestly. I met some really nice people there, though. But, eesh. I couldn't account or even make an excuse for some of the behavior that I saw there. There was some extreme racism there. I'm not talking about white people hating on black people, but yeah, there was some of that there too. But I'm talking about black people hating on white people and looking down on them. It's like I had a lot of that in my high school. And I was like, wow, is this what my this is what George flippin' signed me up for? Yeesh. I was like, nope, gotta save money, gotta leave. Gotta save money, gotta leave. My money kept getting stolen though. Fun enough. By the same people that always kept stealing it. It's pretty damn stupid, honestly. Then I found someone who was from a Louisiana and South Carolina, and he didn't have the Louisiana accent, which might have been interesting. But you know, let me just throw that down. Well, I do need to go over to that location anyways. I can just drop that off. I have a little bit of sand I can use. Oh, you know what? Let me just fill in that one spot over here. There was a place that I worked that they had a drug bust in the parking lot, and everybody wasn't allowed to go out because there was gunshot firings and stuff. I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, what the hell is this crap? I was like, I was like, I live in a horrible neighborhood. I live in a horrible neighborhood. This is unacceptable. I need to get the flip out. I believe they were selling meth in the parking lot. There was a gas station that got shut down because people were selling that in the parking lot. And I was like, oh my goodness. This. I was like, nah, I just need to get away from all these druggies. I was like, they're just bringing everything down. I don't need it. I don't want it. Holy flip. I need to go. I'll just keep those here. I might build something to, what I could do, start building some stuff. I think I need 8 for that. Was it 7 or 8? I'll just have to figure that out. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 7. Alright. And then 1, 2, 3. I don't think I have 3 left over. I think I have just 1 left over. And a bookcase. I have plenty of books, but I don't think I want to bring one of those over here though. Who knows, they might just spawn anyways. Fletcher's smithing table. I want to try something. Flip. Alright, so it's not gonna work that way. Oh, I got an idea. To get around the heat thing. Damn. Where'd all my coal go? Alright. I might as well put it in the other one. I only have 2. Flip. Okay, so... I have some crazy stories that people would not even believe, honestly. I tell you what, some crazy, crazy stuff. Oh, so it's still going to, okay, I thought it was gonna melt that, but that's cool. I don't know. Could they still use it if it's right here? I guess I can't put that in there. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see if we can't do this. Come on, come on. Ah. Alright. Well, you know, things and stuff. Alright, let me just get rid of this thing. I mean, how much more does this thing have in it? They make these things strong. Can I break this on you? No? Okay. That probably does sound scary. Thank you. I mean, it has to be like another one. Just one more. Oh, wow. Do we have a bet going? Who's gonna be, the last one? Wow. This is crazy. They don't want to be the last one. It's like playing hot potato, but people just don't want to catch it. Hmm. Too dangerous to mine. Must snip. Break, snips. More room. I could combine it, honestly. But I want to see when it breaks. Looks like I'm gonna have to combine it. Maybe. I think it's super empty, honestly. There it is. They were the winner. Okay. 63. Wow. What the hell happened? That block of ice just turned into water. Give me a second. Kind of really weird. Whoops. Trying to open this. I'm flipping hungry. So, I know people have like traditions and whatnot whenever it's like the holidays. I'm kind of fascinated by that. Because growing up, like, yeah, we did some of the Christmas and like some traditions we did. But like hearing about other people's like family traditions, it's kind of fun. It's like some people add these little like sweet things to it. Like this one female I knew, she her family would go to, yeah, she was a bit fancy, but I didn't judge her for it, and I never asked her for any money or whatever. We were just friends, okay? So her family would go skiing, and this was when I was a child. I knew this person at a I was like maybe 16, 17, 18. I was in a trade school at the time, but she would talk about her family often. She had a good upbringing, but they didn't agree to what she wanted to do with her life. So she was in that trade school. And her family would go to this like ski park or whatever every I think it was winter. I don't think it was summer. but every like holiday. And they would end up not even skiing. They would just go out there for the atmosphere and to like drink hot chocolate and talk with the tourists. I was like, what the hell is even the point? But that's what they did. And it got me curious onto like what other people would do during the holidays. Yeah, just mild curiosity. Some people have some really interesting customs. Some really interesting ones. Hmm. Where's the oh, again? Why? Why, dude? Why? You know what? I'm buying his blocks. Because he's actually crafting blocks. Do you see how this process works? He is crafting blocks. Do you really need one of those? An extra one? Is this what's going on? That you're unable to craft more because you need... Now I feel like a dick. Sorry, excuse me. I feel like a mean person. Now what in order do I need to make this crafting table? I'm gonna go grab the stonecutter from the other area. Flip this, I'll be back. Sitting here giving him a hassle. Probably linked over to this one over here. Can't get to his crafting area. Damn. So that would mean that they actually have an inventory. And seeing how he won't take certain things. Okay. Alright, let me just pop this. Excuse me. Oh my goodness, how did I know that was gonna happen? I'm sorry. I am a jerk. Here I'm claiming glitches and whatnot. You just didn't have a flippin' thing because you people don't share? Alright. Alright. I need to take some of that. Alright, so... move this. Right here. There. Now that's there. Sup. You're... Was this supposed to be 20 before? Is this like a price gouge? What the flip is that? What do you... 19? Okay, yeah, one less than the other. Okay, that's... Okay. I am like flipping hungry. Like flipping really hungry. Hmm. I possibly don't need that anymore. There's steak unthawed. It's in the fridge.
What's up?
I said there's steak unthawed in the fridge.
Oh, I know. Kind of like only like halfway on hungry because
I'm
I am
starving.
waiting for 5 o'clock when we do the charcuterie stuff. But it's gonna have cheese and we can do a little smoky and sparkling grape juice and whatnot. That's when we're doing it anyway.
Alright, I'm about to end stream so that I can make steak. I'm legit. I am hungry. I'm starving. I'll get back on after. It'd be a two-part. Let's get somewhere safe.
I'll have to carry stuff.
Okay. Right. Getting somewhere safe. CB. Alright. I'm getting faint. I need food. Alright, so bye bye, I'll come back later.